Hey everybody, how's it going? Welcome back to another stream. The new Xcode beta dropped, so I want to take a look at that. Um, the release notes. I started scanning them a little bit. Fixed storyboard is open. Content is deleted. The story is closed. I don't use storyboard, so this doesn't affect me. Deleted download. I wonder what that is. That's must be when you download a component in settings. String. Oh, that's funny. Guess they fixed it though. Apps won't launch in simulator and the following error. Okay, that's good stuff. Also fixed following beta 2 show a mix of entries and platform settings. Oh, that's funny. There's some known issues. flow epsilon is no longer always type float, and it may cause compiles. Heard it first as float. float is now supported on 32 and 64. Okay. In macOS 12, the first launch of Xcode made several minutes to uh, well, I guess they're gonna fix it. That's hilarious. What Mac version are we? We're on 12. It didn't take that long. Like here, it is running. Using if can import nearby interaction in code. File to build failure, and they can work on for that. Okay. I haven't used this yet. Doesn't affect me yet. And import extension kit in code. Okay. That. I guess if we get to using a watch app, we'll bump into that. Xcode 14 support building applications that target Mac OS later. Could incorrectly show some unsupported deployment targets in the project editor. That's hilarious. An in-app purchase test fail in tvOS simulator. Okay, good to know. Solved. App intents may not work. Xcode selected using Xcode select is older than Xcode 14. Okay. I also fixed, I guess app shortcut phrases are now localizable. That's cool. All sizes mode for app icons has been made more flexible and includes some additional sizes used before. All sizes mode doesn't require that all slots are filled. Sizes can be provided only as needed. App icons created with Xcode 13 and earlier can be converted from all size to either all size or single size. Okay, yeah, I guess this is the you only need to provide one image for an app icon or in the Xcode beta. Asset catalog has issues compiling SVGs that have tags or attributes. Ooh. We can use SVGs in asset catalog. That's cool. Xcode issue. I get to this. Just going back to where we are now. Maybe this one? Oops, back to the same web page. Okay. When you archive a watchOS app with ARM64, else to build. Ooh, that's bad. Crash reports for Mac Catalyst app fully symbolicated. Um, for data issue, the diagram view has been removed. Oh, but I guess they fixed it. Created a performance report with the local Mac as target made to fail with an error. Okay. The evaluation tab is empty for recommender template. Oh, this is for machine learning. Will they fix that? Debugging. Oh, this is what we ran into just yesterday on stream. Stepping into a Swift async function and LLDB finishes the current function instead. Temporary breakpoint and other functions. Okay, yeah, we ended up using print line debugging. Unable to attach a debugger to a lock screen widget extension. They have a workaround. The extension scheme under the run action. Set the environment variable to be one of your class struct names, implementing the widget. Okay. Application errors. Fixed. Swift doxy incorrectly emits diagnostics about directives not being supported in symbol source. And building documentation for Objective-C projects that include Doxygen. Okay. Doxy is the new documentation compiler. After enabling developer mode in iOS 16 or watchOS 9 and rebooting device, they initially still appear to be offline in instrument. How does this have to do with documentation? But I noticed this in one of the previous Xcode betas as well, and it wasn't just for the profiler. Fixed. Objective-C documentation for multi-language APIs, so Swift's symbol relationships, hilarious. Swift.c incorrectly emits diagnostics about unrelatable symbol links for documentation inherited from symbols and other modules. Okay. Building documentation for types that conform to the Swift charts content protocol failed. Oh, okay. Glad they fixed that then. Building documentation for Swift-only targets may unexpectedly produce multi-language documentation. I guess it only builds it for the one language now. Known issues though. Building documentation for a Swift project. Qualified import statement includes all the symbols from some module instead of class. Okay. Being a core ML performance report fail after enabling. I guess that's mostly related to the other issue. They both fixed the same release. Course view and instruments may fail to present performance annotations with Poultry view. Okay. Qualification of user code with DSIMs may fail for tailspin files imported into instruments. Symbols for some libraries when these files are loaded. Workarounds. Okay, hang logs. Terminal with spin. Okay. Disable a thread checker performance. Disable a thread performance checker through the diagnostics tab in the Steam editor. iOS or macOS app uses fishhook to hook calls into libsystem for clean and tracing purposes. I never heard of fishhook before. Uh, Bishop is a very simple library that enables dynamically rebinding symbols in Mac OS libraries on iOS. Oh, Facebook, we found it useful to hook into the lib system for debugging tracing purposes. So that Facebook tool got all out in the release notes. Interface builder issues. Fix an issue with outlet and action connections to AppleScript based app delegates. I didn't know you could have AppleScript delegates. WatchKit storyboards are deprecated. WatchOS 7 and later. Is this how is fixed? Does this mean it's no longer deprecated? I think they were trying to push people to Swift UI, so not sure why it says fixed there. Maybe they were somehow allowing storyboards to come through. Fix an issue where bezels were shown for view controllers. Okay. Fix the crash when creating guides in the canvas and configuring text use text layout on spec. Linking. Fixed and fixed. Driver kit drivers. WatchOS widget previews may fail. Okay. Metal. Objective C. Organizer. Ooh, test flight screenshot feedback can now be opened. Oh, cool. That's cool. Previews. Oh, there's been lots of problems with previews. I wonder what they fixed here. Xcode Previews canvas now supports and defaults zoom to fit. Okay. Fix an issue causing Xcode Previews to fail for files with two closing braces on the same line. That's oddly specific thing. Having two braces on the same line, breaking your failures. I really wish figure out how to get to these issues. Fix an issue in some projects where a package loading error never went away. Oh, that'll be nice. Yeah, sometimes these errors just linger around. Caches and previews are now properly reflected for Swift Playground. Open in Xcode, okay. Changing active run destination now correctly updates the previews camera. Oh, good. Changes to literal initializers, literal values initializers now reflected. So it sounds like they're making previews more responsive to changes in code. That's great. Fix an issue when dragging image and color assets out of the library into Swift UI. Several issues for previews not reflecting expected code. So these are just more issues of all this stuff. Navigating to non-Swift UI or when closing the canvas. And now supports WatchOS complications instead of standalone WatchOS apps. Great. Known issues though, code previews can fail after adding new methods or instance variables to views. Workaround. Xcode previews fail due to missing symbols. Add new empty lines to the end of the file. Okay. For previewing it widgets created for macOS apps and apps built with Mac Catalyst has been removed. Use the macOS widget kit. Okay. So there's still a way to make widgets for Mac. Issue Navigator doesn't list issues generated when building Swift code at module phase. Yeah, I think we ran into that yesterday, actually, and I guess it's fixed now. Fixed. UI state saved by Xcode 14 could cause 13 to crash. Two. Good, no issues. Xcode may. Well, I kind of skipped ahead here. Xcode servers no longer supported. Fascinating. No issues for Project Navigator. Xcode may prompt users to download watchOS 9 when building a scheme. It's Apple Watch app, even if the current run destination doesn't match the platform. Either download or install watchOS 9 temporarily. Build phase that embedded app. Okay. Planning and distribution. How many more are there? Oh my god, there's a lot. That's a lot of release notes. Okay, going through all of them is probably not tenable, huh? Packages. Modules that collide due to having the same name can now be disambiguated by aliasing. Oh my god. Oh my god. I wanted this feature such a long time ago for all the different SQLite wrappers. Utils module from Swift's game aliased as game utils. So from utils to game utils. Utils module being aliased needs to be a pure Swift module and not a rebuilt by. Oh, that's cool. Command plugins, project plugin. Testing new features. Insert throws. Feature diagnostic information. It's a new Swift only expectation type. Path expectation. That's cool. Yeah, there's so many. I kind of need to skip around a little bit to see what's interesting here. This Swift stuff though looks might be useful. Let's scroll to the top of this section. The store kit. See what the titles are. Store kit, source editor, source control, simulator. Let's do it with the simulator. Remote notifications. Whoa. Now do push notifications in the simulator. That's really great for testing. One of those finally moments if you always had to install on device to test remote notifications. You can support simulated notification from SimCTL from the command line. Simulator now supports runtime disk images in addition to the existing bundle format. Okay. EDS, we can add raw images using universal runtime. Various bugs, get file set. Okay, I'm gonna skip over that. Load structure while scrolling, that's cool. Errors in Swift files now provide fixits. Wrapping with an if statement that automatically indents the block. Okay, okay. Initializers are now presented as global code completions. Ooh. User interface for jumping to symbol definitions or callers. It gives you a cold sample from each location. So we can do callers now. I want to look at. No call result. What if I make a function and let's reindent. So can I find callers or not? Callers. So maybe that's not working that well still. Do I have to build first? Build succeeded. Code actions. Oh, after building, I was able to jump. Then can I find callers for enter? There's lots of content views all over the world. So maybe that needs a little bit more work because it's not scoping to just this content view. Code completions now collapses overloaded functions into one row. Ooh, that's nice. It's syntax highlighting and editing support for Swift regular expressions. Yes. Now convert regular expression literals to their regex builder equivalent. Ooh, that's nice. Moving the insertion point inside a regular expression literal, the enclosing substructure of the regular expression is highlighted. Ooh, that's cool. Let's look at that real quick. I don't know. Uh, which would we match on? Then the release note says there's a convert to regex builder. Oh, that's so cool. And it's a function, or it's very similar to the view builder syntax. All can throw. I guess if you have like a miscompiled regex, will throw. Waiting for the simulator preview thing to show up here. What if so that doesn't match, but it should, right? Only hello matches. Oh, because it's one any of. It's not a maybe. Uh, Okay, so anything in that string. So cool. Going back to the release notes, Xcode now provides a file template for opting into touch alternatives for your iOS app. You can use touch alternatives to interact with your app on a Mac. For example, press and hold the Option key to use a trackpad as a virtual touch screen. I think that means when we create an app, it's for like, I'm not sure if that's only for simulator or for um, running the simulator. So let's see. So it's file, new file, iOS resource. Touch alternatives. This happened yesterday for some reason. Um, Switching to a different simulator worked fine. Hopefully that works again. You choose the touch alternatives for your app. Okay, let's try to edit this file. Fired on. They're all here. Um, Oops. Hello, hello. Is this still working? Yeah, I was trying to put some trying to get that to work, and I guess I hit a weird key combination. Um, okay, well, let's skip that. Code completion now provides member-wise snippets. Snippets for if case statements. Oh, nice. I cannot remember the syntax for if case pretty much ever. End up using the switch statement more often. You now select any combination of default parameters in code completion by typing to match parameter names. Improved accuracy, yes, we love that. Love to see it. Code completion now provides snippets. Love it. It localizes keyboard shortcuts. Nice. Code completion now provides snippets for map, filter, and contains based on variable names. Yes. Code completion function call sites now inserts missing arguments. Ooh, these are some nice fixes. Performance improvements for viewing and editing large files. The issue most often appeared in auto-generated source code and test files with a large number of tests. Okay. Created performance when typing files with large number of errors or warnings. These are some nice fixes. No longer automatically imports files, Is this was resolved, so this now does automatically import, or is the fix that it no longer automatically? See, how can we how can we test that? Um, so there's no foundation here. So if I say let date, let's try to make it import date, which we know is in foundation. Oh, but SwiftUI might import foundation anyway. Um, let's see, maybe something from core haptics. I'm not sure how we can trigger that one. I mean, it wasn't code completing and it wasn't importing a module, so maybe hard to know what the intention is here. Fix an issue where source error erroneously entered star when creating a new line. Oh, okay. Really nice for documentation. Commit to symbol definitions or callers that focus on distinguishing information about application. That sounds nice. Yes. Complex expressions and Swift UI, yes. Source editor gets really confused there traditionally. So I'm glad they're continuing to address it. Code review, fail warnings. I think, yeah, this I've noticed that they've is much better in the beta than in the stable version of Xcode. And code completion snippets no longer suggest naming iterated over elements identically to their. Okay. Code completion for less than 4 each. Degraded performance along lines. With actor now appear in the minimap. Okay, so a few other small fixes there. Let's skip ahead. So now is the ability to sync in-app purchases products from the App Store Kit into StoreKit configuration files for faster StoreKit testing setup. Ooh, that'll be nice. This will be nice for testing. The transition to StoreKit. Still on the older version of StoreKit in my main app. Okay, let's look at the Swift 5.7 new features. Standard library now has regex output type. This type represents an extended regular expression, allowing more fluent string processing operations. Create a regex initialization from a string or a regex literal. And in parentheses, disable for this literal syntax by unchecking. Fascinating. Let's try this. It updates so fast. That's so nice. String operations improved for string indices, finding a number of edge cases that previously resulted in spurious runtime errors. Double check you aren't applying an old index to a mutated string value or nonsensical value. Oh, okay. That's good. And now infer the type of placeholder types written in many top-level positions. The inferred type is now suggested in a fixer. Let's try it. That's so cool. So if we have like a complex thing, like a body, well, this is part of a interface, so it's not quite the best test. But maybe here. Let's make it compilable. It's succeeded, and then okay. So maybe because it's a view builder. No, it just it just totally breaks. Xcode 13 provided a build setting called Optimize Object Lifetimes. If your project already customized this build setting, it now becomes a user-defined setting that has no effect. Okay. Introduces a new feature for C interoperability. Ooh, relax diagnostics for pointer arguments to C function. Relax. So yeah, from Swift you can just call into uh, imported C libraries. I was using this to interact with ImageMagick, a command line editing tool that has a C library. But import the C library and use ImageMagick that way to do some more intense scripting of processing images. So this is relevant to my interests. Relax diagnostics apply second. Relax diagnostics apply only to pointer type arguments, not in-out arguments. Now diagnostics are relaxed for in-out arguments under the same condition as pointer arguments. For example, this conversion from an in-out int to a C parameter type const is now allowed. Previously, Swift diagnosed the in-out to pointer conversion as an error. Okay. Swift now references to optional methods on a protocol metatype, as well as references that are dynamically looked up on any object. These references always have the type of a function that accepts a single argument and returns optional value of function type. These references always have the type of a function. Ooh, making it wider made it reformat and I lost my spot. Here we are. Oh, I guess it's if it's an Objective-C protocol. Loading data from raw memory represented by unsafe raw pointer and mutable counterparts now supports unaligned access. Previously required a workaround involving an intermediate copy. Ah, yes, I remember doing this. So now we can just say, okay, that's nicer. Additionally, the counterpart has its alignment restrictions lifted so that storing to arbitrary offsets of raw memory can now succeed Whoa. Unsafe raw pointer and unsafe uh, mutable raw pointer have new functionality for pointer arithmetic. Ooh, this is kind of cool. I mean, I don't really deal with this too much except for interacting with C, which is not all that often. But it does happen, so this is nice. You now use a pointer to struct to obtain a pointer to one of its stored properties. You can do a pointer to struct. Whoa. This is mind blowing a little bit. And structs are value types. Not they're not objects, they're not on the heap. Pairing pointers without type conversions. Wow. Skip ahead past this pointer stuff. We now call a generic function with a value of protocol type places that previously failed because any types don't conform to protocols. Let's try this out. Just put it down here at the end. Any P. I'm not sure I understand this one, honestly. If we have a protocol associated type, and the function is like a, okay, so then can I call, well, succeeded still, result was unused. Okay. I guess this is taking in an NEP. You can write like another test on top of it. Okay, so now that we have this struct, can I call test P with this? Okay. I guess before it was an error, now it's not. So I guess that's just a straight up improvement. We have code that compiles and before it didn't. I'm not sure what else to say about that. That makes sense. Now use the default value expression with the generic parameter type to default the argument and its type. Yo. Nice. This is cool. This is really cool. You can have methods on any kind of collection type now. It'll infer. Oh my god, that's pretty cool. That is stinking cool. Good job, Swift team. You use protocols with a associated types, and self requirements as a type values with any keyword. Oh, this has been a sticking point a long time for me, and we are resolving it. Let's see if we can do this. I guess we need to make our solid thing. We need to also make a surface. I guess the tomato's surface is tomato skin. Type of boundary is now any surface. This is so cool. And can we do this with equatable? And codable? Cool. That is fantastic. Protocols can now declare a list of one or more primary associated types. But yeah, we just talked through this. Protocol name followed by angle brackets, shorthand for conformance requirement. Did we talk through this? I mean, this is exactly how you would want it to work. You can use protocols that adopt primary associated types with any keyword to enable constrained exit types. This makes type erasing wrappers for generic code much simpler because a separate wrapper type is no longer required. This is really nice. This is really, really nice. This was one of the really sharp edges of generic code in Swift, and they're fixing it. This is amazing. Let's see, you can now use opaque types in the parameters of functions and subscripts when they provide a shorthand syntax for the introduction of a generic parameter. Wow. Wow. That's so cool. That is so cool. My jaw dropped. This makes helper functions in Swift UI so much easier to write. Can I make like a cell, which is a view? Property declares an opaque return type but has no initializer expression from which to infer underlying type. Okay, so let's try as an initializer. You know, I guess they're doing it as a function, not a struct like that. So let's try it as a function. Oh, that's so cool. That is so cool. But we can't do it as a. I guess this still needs to be, this style. Oh, actually, I was doing that style wrong. It's supposed to be a block. Let's see. Not assign value of type some view to type some. Why does this one say dot SwiftUI dot in front of it? They're all SwiftUI views. Let's make it explicit just to help out the compiler. Any view cannot conform to view. I'm not sure why it works as a function, but not as like a cell like this. That's really interesting. Um, so I guess we would do it as like a generic parameter style. I was really hoping that this would be a thing. This makes functions a little bit more interesting to use, I guess. And if we were to say use it, we refresh the preview. Maybe it's chevron 8 or something. Interesting. I guess this is like a direct function call. whereas this is sort of stored for later as a block. I want to try one more time. Yeah, I don't really see how it's all that different. Um, that is interesting. And if I put view builder on here, does that help? Okay. Very interesting. Okay. You can now infer parameter and result types from the body of a multi-statement closure. There's no longer a distinction between single and multi-statement closures. Use of closures becomes less cumbersome by removing the need to constantly specify explicit closure types, which can sometimes be fairly large. For example, okay, I mean, they're just saying this compiles. I guess that's interesting. And also unwrap optional values with a shorthand syntax that shadows the existing declaration. Yeah, people have been really wanting this. Um, I get it. I don't feel really strongly one way or the other. I guess the only point negative towards it was I kind of wish I'd chosen slightly different syntax, and it wouldn't be as obvious that it's the same thing. Since, yeah, I'm like slightly positive about it and slightly negative. I guess a lot of people are going to be very happy about this, though. You now make declarations unavailable from the use in asynchronous contexts with that available no ace. Ooh, can occur. Oh, that is interesting. Top level scripts now support asynchronous calls. Yes. This is nice. Let's try it out. Um so this is for with package scripts. Let's see. Swish installed. Do swish init. Um, oh, it's dash init or dash I. Um, ooh, let's open the old version of Xcode. Open was on the desktop. Yeah. Okay. So let's see what's and a wait. So now we can We can just make this synchronous just by saying await. There's also an async version of that, right? Yeah, right here. But maybe not for decodable. Oh, there is. It's not giving an error that you can't do await from here. Um, async throws. Now it correctly selects, there's no warning here anymore. It correctly selects the async version. Yeah, I'll just print it again. And then let's switch run that thing. Oh, I guess the command line is not Swift 5.7 yet. Okay, so I'll have to figure out how to do that at another point. You can see that in the new version of Xcode, you don't get these errors, and that is fantastic improvement. Swift now natively supports distributed programming with the introduction of distributed actors. I have not looked into these yet, but that's, I think, outside the scope. Oh, they're going to show example code? Okay. I'll read some example code. Swift doesn't provide distributed actor system by itself, but it's relying on others, but it's still offering syntax help for that. Hmm. This this makes me think this could be cool for like networking classes in iOS apps. I wonder if Alamofier is doing anything with distributed actor. I just want regular search on this page. Edit. There we go. Okay. Training. The initializer stuff for actors. Restricted, that makes sense. Get through that. New types representing time and clock. Ooh, this includes a protocol clock for defining clocks. This might be helpful for CRDTs. Concept of now and a way to wake up after a given instant. Ooh, instance and time is now available. How is this different from 8, I guess? Lock.measure. Oh, that's cool. Um, Suited for benchmarks. Okay. Let's go back to our Swift app. Um, I'll take off the regex stuff. And let's try to do like an on mode thing, maybe. What was it? It was continuous clock.measure. Now, what will we do with this? What does this return? Nothing in documentation. Um, I don't know what it's going to be, but we'll let the compiler tell us. Expression can throw. Do I have to main actor.run this? Guess we'll start it off as 0. Then let's run it. Oh, we need to put it somewhere. So it did not. Let's see. Let's run it in the actual. Maybe it's just like a you thing. No. Looks like it did not sleep. Where is the measure? Maybe it's on clock measure. Not sure what's going on there. Sleeping and waking. No, nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. You got sleeping and waking, but it happened very fast. I feel like this did not. Um, this does not sleep very long at all. What if we did it slightly differently? What if we wrapped it in our own tab? But now it's actually sleeping. We go back to um, this task view modifier. I guess it was just the the extra zeros. Okay, we can measure with a clock. This is cool. We got the update. Ooh, it took a little 1 second longer. I accidentally clicked. Okay. Compiler now emits a warning when a non-final class conforms to a protocol, poses a same type requirement between self, associated type. Okay. We get some flexibility with generics, but we lose some flexibility here. I'm not sure I've tried to do this. I'm not sure if I have a good example for how where this would be helpful or where this would break. I mean, this is very abstract. Um, Make the above example correct. Either the class C needs to become final, in which sub C can't be declared, or protocol P needs to be redesigned to not include same type requirement. Okay, yeah, I'm not sure an actual use case for that, unfortunately, or sadly. The compiler now correctly emits warnings for expressions where protocol conformance is used, may be unavailable at runtime. Previously, member reference expressions and type racing expressions that use potentially unavailable conformances weren't diagnosed, leading to potential crashes at runtime. Okay, well, it's good if it's preventing crashes. That's great. And there's the example if a pancake is a food, food is gluten free, defaults to false. Warning: conformance of pancake to food is only available in macOS 12 or new. Oh, interesting. I guess this is why they added this in for adding new conformances based on different OS versions. Okay, moving on. Opaque types expressed with some now be used in structural positions within a result type, including having multiple opaque types in the same result. Oh, so this is related to the new view stuff that we found out in SwiftUI. Think version of that teardown block, nice. Diagnostic about non-isolated default value expressions is no longer available. The proposed rule wasn't precise enough to avoid flagging an innocuous yet common pattern in SwiftUI involving state object properties. Oh, okay. So that's all the new features for Swift 5.7. So the themes seem to be around generics. Some things are more lenient. Um, uh, More lenient around self, but in some case also more strict around self for classes to prevent runtime errors. There's the new regex stuff. There was the new and yeah, the I delete it. Yeah, I guess this is the new thing. Like you can have a function um take some view and return some view. We can do stuff like order if I. This can be content dot order red. Can we just put a line width like that? Oh, I'm missing a close paren for starters. Now we can orderify text. And that'll give a red square around it. That's one nice little use of this new syntax. I mean, I guess there's like many other ways to do it. Extension view. But when a trailing thing doesn't make sense, it's nice to have more options. This is so so now there's Swift package features. Yes, because these module aliases are nice when third parties just happen to use the same name for an SQLite wrapper. So now you can alias stuff. Now use, I think people have sort of worked around this by naming their packages really specific things. This allows for maybe better naming because you don't have to prefix everything anymore. If I had a full queue developer package, I wouldn't have to name everything like FQ utils, FQ SwiftUI. I could just sort of name things more generic names, and then wouldn't matter because they could be aliased when folks use them. Now use Swift package command plugins in Xcode by using any plugin commands provided by package dependencies are available. You can choose which targets. Xcode ask for permission. I haven't found the one that I like that I'm interested in yet. I haven't tried these out yet. Whew, okay. Time check 3:30. So we did about an hour and a half of release notes. Um, and I definitely want to, try out writing some stuff. I guess we have this new clock stuff. It'd be interesting to explore that stuff. And someone in the Discord uh, was asking for a timer app, and I think that could be interesting. So let's reset some stuff here. Let's see, what are some questions? Can I convert from a duration to a date or to a time interval? I guess how is this duration different from a time interval? I guess it's just higher precision. I guess because I guess time interval is a double, and maybe this is more. Oh, it's an integer. I see. Yeah, because uh, a double is imprecise. You can't actually express every single number in a double, and I guess this is for very precise stuff and it's integers. Okay, now I understand why this is interesting. So let's try to make some kind of a clock thing. Maybe we'll have to have like a grid. And each grid will have like a cell. And I'm going to delete this cell. Delete all that stuff. Z stack. Rounded rectangle on the bottom. That's rather large. There's no light green. It's taking up the whole screen. How do I say grid columns? Right, it's grid row, right? Okay. We can put a spacer at the bottom to move it to the top. In app, we can write in a navigation stack. Maybe put a navigation title on this. Okay, okay. And then text on the bottom. Okay, so this can be a stack. We need like an image. Let's see what we have in FSF symbols. Like a food section. No. And here we'll just use the pizza emoji. Then we can have a station. Let's say 2 minutes, so that'll be 2 times 60. Station dot formatted. I actually want to pin this. Uh, in there we go. Ooh, now what could we do? Um, what kind of clocks are there? Continuous. Ending clock. What does this do? Can be considered as a system awake time clock. Machine boot means that the instances are only comparable on the same machine in the same booted session. Okay. So then how could we start a timer? Maybe there would be like a button. So already we need to start modeling some stuff. Uh, Timer model. Timer setting to set timer configuration. Timer record. guess the visual could be one of three things. It could be a emoji. Be an image. We don't have to support that right now, or maybe a SF symbol. Use this thing. Maybe we want to type alias for that, but maybe not yet. Maybe it's a little too early for that. Make some timer records. Copy paste. What else can we do? So we need a few to like get this thing going. See, I want this to be automatically created. Um, so I can give it a default value. So we could have it like a default visual. Um, you have a default duration. Assign the properties. Invalid redeclaration. That's interesting that it's giving me that error. But I guess it is exactly the same. So I guess it's correct, but shouldn't it just not generate one if I'm providing one? I guess it was an extension. So Now we don't have to say ID anymore. What's a good duration for dumplings? I guess it depends. Some of them are longer than others. Is there a dot minutes? Does not seem like it. I should probably define one since this is going to be a lot of durations going on around here. Okay, I'm doing it. I'm making the type alias. So this is binary integer, it looks like. Is this compiling or not? Okay. Now this is going to become 2 minutes. What else can we make a timer for? Chicken? I have to bake my chicken for exactly 55 minutes. I guess these are countdown timers. Also nice to have count up timers too. Can I do a rename? I mean, I guess it's kind of identical, but I guess it's going to be something that you kind of start, and it's kind of like each one has its own uh, record, right? Um, so how do I iterate through this list to get these cells? Um, You'd have to like group it in sets of three and then iterate through those. How do I group into sets of three? Do you have a helper for it? I think I wrote one of these a long time ago. It's filtering. Maybe this is just a reduce. So if the current row is full, we want to add it to the next row. Might have to write a test for this. Let's see. Yeah, let's write a test. We could put this on array. Um, function array. And now we can copy paste here. Okay, so now we can start writing this test. Oh, I guess this needs to be a function since it takes a should be basically the same, just with it's two-dimensional now. Yes, like back in like why am I doing this? Like back in previous versions of SwiftUI, we were able to do like a lazy V grid of columns. And it would do all that for us. Like I shouldn't have to write that. Name. And let's bring back the canvas. Cool. So now we can do the visual. An update so fast. That's nice. Yeah, we don't we don't need to write that function. Or do we? I guess it would kind of get tricky. if we wrote it as a grid, see how can we do this as a grid? Well, that's for it to take up more columns. I guess the grid is for like when you know exactly what you want to say. Seems to be not for random number of items. So this is a nice little like mini project though. Well, like right away, like another problem is even if we do implement this, each row is not necessarily identifiable. Well, I guess it could be. It could be hash value of each of them appended. I'm kind of curious to write this. It's like the opposite of a flatten, and of course the empty case. Oh, because it doesn't know the type. Um, I guess we could do it all in all in one like this. Yeah. So then it's running, and they should all fail except for the first one. Expecting. Come on through. Oh, I should update my stream title. Oh, the first one failed also. Interesting. Let me get a glass of, let me refill my water and we'll continue on this. How? It starts with this. Turns that. I don't actually know why this space case is failing. Because the other ones, the type parameters are coming through. Okay. Um. Oh, because it's empty. It's completely empty. Maybe. Yeah. Let's just see what happened. Same weird error, but this one passes now. Actually, I think these two are equivalent. Yeah. Hello, dude. How do you think Flutter? How do you think Flutter is future? Dude, hello. How do you think Flutter is Pro? I'm not that familiar with Flutter, honestly. I know some people really like it. Um, I tend to focus personally on native stuff for the platform, so Swift on iOS, Kotlin on Android, JavaScript on the web. Um, yeah, people really like cross-platform stuff these days. Um, thanks for the question. Can I do appending? Maybe I need to make a. I do like a plus. Oh, I see. Um, yeah, the types on types, types inside of types, not convert return expression of type. So this is of type element. I think. Yeah. Okay. Conform to range replaceable collection. Isn't an array a range replaceable collection? I guess I need the previous elements also. Um, and algorithms never was quite my thing. I was more into getting stuff to work. But this this part we know. It's the base case. Um, then we want to check the current row, which is the last one. Um, but we need to return a little bit more than that. We need to return the the previous rows. What would the previous rows be? That would be partial result dot drop last, right? Previous rows is right here. Why can't it find it? Let's try building again. Oh, because I misspelled it. Nice. What is the type of nav? I thought it was an element. So it seems that it is an element. Element and element be equivalent. I've searched work in Ukraine as Flutter dev, but besides Flutter, need to know Kotlin and Swift. What's going on in your country with this thing? Thanks. Um, I don't know. I haven't found work in a while. I'm just streaming my exploration in the Xcode Beta. Um, yeah, I'm looking for work as well. The subscribers have been very helpful, though. I'm very grateful for the people that have been supporting me on Twitch. Let's put more types in and see if that helps understand what's going on. Cannot convert value of type element. Let's see. So new last row. This should be an array of elements. Then I think this becomes this. Is this true? Cannot convert element of type array of elements. Oh, array of an array of elements. Okay. Right. So then this is, if it is bigger, it's just a whole new row. And I guess this is not conditional. So we can just move that in here, the only place where we use it. Build succeeded. Nice. So let's see how our tests are doing. Everything's working except for the base case. Let's put in a few more cases. And what am I doing wrong with the base case? Do I have to like check the count or something? There we go. By running the tests again. Oh, this one still fails. See, this really wants to be. Is that really what it wants to be? Like, how is this? Now I get a compilation error. So I either get a compilation error or a build error. Let's separate this one out so we can more easily put breakpoints in there. And it should just hit right there, right? Breakpoints at all the other returns. Yeah, yeah. We can be a touch more explicit. Oh, okay. So being a little bit more explicit actually did help. I wonder if I start the reduction off with this very explicit mode. Um, there we go. So that's odd. I would think that put it in the test. Um, I would think that these two are equivalent. Well, I guess these are these two are equivalent because I've written them exactly the same. Let's see, how can I make it look like we had before? Yeah, so these two are not equivalent. That is so fascinating. Oh, so this is not empty? Oh, because I guess the first element of this 2D array is an empty array. Oh, hey. First element of outer array is empty array. Okay, well, we learned something. Maybe this can be. This is more of a comment at the bottom. Not the first thing you want to see when you open this up. When you open up a test, you can see the base case and then a couple of the following cases. Maybe we'll put these on the second line, a little bit easier to read. I want a new line here. Yeah, I think so. Okay, so coming back to the main part of the app, let's see. We want to try grid rows again. Uh, yeah, they still don't have IDs. Yeah, so that's kind of feeling that was going to be a problem. And just lazy vgrid with the number of columns is perfect um, for what we're doing here. I guess when we click on a timer, we want to start it, right? Um, let's commit some stuff. This is starting to be a little bit of a real project. Let's see, we need to get ignore. Goes in there. .ds store goes in there. That's good for now. Timers. So this could be called the timer screen. doing a little bit of cleanup now that we're sort of embracing this app. In the music also. Maybe it's the timer grid screen. Yeah. I don't like using plurals. Here's a plural right here. Like a file for this. We're also going to have a timer grid cell. Extension timer grid screen. And this we can just copy over actually. So then content view just dies. Okay. Wrong button. I think it's an option C. Yeah, there we go. Move to subfolder. Kind of want to pull out this part also to keep the navigation separate from the innards of the view, but maybe that's taking it too far. I'm going to do it. Maybe it's too far. I want to see how it feels. Oh, this needs a var body. And it needs a list of timer records. And now the screen is responsible for loading the timer records to show. And setting up the view. So all the navigation stuff is happening on the screen level. Visuals happen inside of the grid and the grid cell. Failed to build scheme. What's the error? Not find cell in scope. Yes. So I want to move cell to be not on the screen but on the timer grid.cell, and I think this looks fantastic. Then each cell is a button, and we need to start a timer when it starts. Let's see, we ended up not doing this count up timer. I feel like each timer is kind of like a preset. You set it and it starts a timer. We ended up not using this. Uh, Ongoing timer record, maybe? Or a timer run? A run of a timer? Use of a timer? Um, Timer, a record of when timer was started. A log? Timer log record? Log timer record. I mean, I guess it's like, yeah, logs is like when we log that something happened. Run of a timer. Let's see, let's get out the thesaurus. Round of the timer. Side of the timer. Cycle. The around. Oh, cycle a stage. Out. Ooh, lap. The performance of the timer. Session. Ooh, session is good. Bout is good. Tour of the timer. Timer term. Timer turn. Yeah, maybe we'll go with session. I feel like session is more user oriented though. timer put forth. Run through. Oh, run through. You could do it at 2 words. It's I don't like having a 2 word. Timer run through record. It's like a lot. Timer run. And maybe just timer run, which is I guess where we started from, a timer run record. I'd like to move these back down to name it timer again. Start. I guess this wants to be an instance, right? Starting duration or intended duration, maybe. Original duration. So if we wanted to start a timer, perhaps we could have a helpful one on maybe, would this be on timer record or on timer? Um, could go either way. Um, guess it's now. Start it now. Ended duration will be the timer dot duration. Let's see, what would it look like if we put this on timer record? Well, it wouldn't be static. Then what would the usage of this look like? I guess in the cell, we could say something like timer record dot start, and this would create a timer run. Maybe we'll call like save on it or something. we save it to the database. Mina starting time to start saving stuff to the database. Let's move this into a function. Let's see. Timer grid and timer run. You know me, I hate Xcode project files. Let's bring in Xcode Gen here. Although I'm not sure if Xcode Gen works with iOS 16 yet. We could take a look. Xcode Gen GitHub and see if there's any new issues. I want to comment on this real quick. I feel the pain of this. Whenever you delete your generated project, it defaults to random schema simulator. Doesn't seem to be any huge problems with it. Let's go ahead and bring in Xcode Gen. Oh, it's going to open the old Xcode. No. Okay, so instead of saying date, we can say generate project. Cool. So now we can define and do this in Nova. Define an xcodegen.yaml. Now, what do these look like? I'm definitely going to steal from previous projects I've worked on. Perhaps the Haptics app, which is App Store right now. Ooh, that's a lot to copy, paste, modify. Um, yes, so we'll start with the scheme. I'm not doing screenshots yet. I don't mind bringing this over. Rename it to app. Yeah, I found that just calling everything app makes copy pasting stuff a little bit easier. A lot of indentation there. Unindent, dedent. There we go. Then we'll have our app target. We are targeting 16.0. We have some settings. I think this is how this works. 1 comma 2. Have our info, key list. Ooh, we have to actually indent that. That didn't indent far enough. Now, what's the name of this timer app? Timer time, ongoing timer, count up timer. Not sure yet. We're not going to name it right this moment, I guess. Because I don't have an app test target. Probably add one. I think this is it. See if we can Google and this is Android. Maybe the Xcode Gen documentation has it. Okay, yeah, bundle.unit test. Perfect. And then back over here, what I do for I'm getting secrets and stuff. Oh man, this is like I'm getting away from what I wanted to do. um I'm just trying to I want to get back to building the app, not do maintenance stuff. We're almost there. Um let's see, what is the current bundle ID? I mean, it's gonna change, right? So let's copy over the secrets. Oh, really need to make a generator for myself. I'm gonna make a lot of apps. I need a way to generate this stuff way more easily. Copy this and modify it. Oh, come on, do an auto format. Going back to the terminal. Oh, this wants to be async. Oh my goodness. at main here. Music. Loading failed at info. Affected a dictionary. Turn this off screen real quick. Really? This used to work though. If I go into haptics app, yeah, that worked. Just want to get back to moving on the app. What happened? Oh my god. I see what the problem is. I have a mint file. Nothing to do with security. Is this not working? Hey, welcome back. Got me right at a frustrating moment. What's up? So I started making a new project and could try out the new Xcode Beta. Uh, and so I was trying to import Xcode Gen because I vastly prefer it to, uh, just a um, straight up Xcode project file for lots of reasons, mainly whew, the merge conflicts. Um, and sh. Um, I, maybe let's try just removing the build file. So then I'm running Xcode Gen from inside of Swish, and so that's another level of indirection. And because they're secrets, I'm kind of running it off stream, which is a little nerve wracking. Um, oh, oh my god, it's an error in my Xcode Gen. Um, this needs to be tabbed in. Yes, YAML errors. Uh, yeah, I was using too many new things. Too many. They're not new to me. New to this project. There we go. New to this project all at once, and yeah, I thought the error was in like 15 different places, but it was just tabbing stuff over in YAML. YAML man. Okay, so can we failed invalid redeclaration? Um, what did it get? Oh, this thing didn't get deleted, I guess. This is a great reason why I like Xcode Gen because this file was still around. Xcode didn't actually delete it, um, and stuff like that just really gets on my nerves. So it's just really nice. You can just just rebuild the project file whenever you want. Um, let's see, we can commit. Nothing unintended. Nice. Yeah, so like from the command, how does Xcode know what are in the project? Yeah, so you have a specification here. You have your targets, and for this app, it's really simple. Everything in app is in the app target. Everything in app test is in the app test target, and UI tests are in the UI test target. So we can delete all these Xcode projects. And then we can regenerate them. And then from Xcode Beta, we can open app, and it's all there. And we can build. Needed field to get bundle ID. Let's clear derived data. Here is my data. Bundle ID again. Let me check the Xcode Gen project bundle identifier is there. Oh. Yeah, project files are a huge mess. Get on a team of more than one person, it's a huge problem. On lots of different teams I've been on. And being able to just commit this little YAML file, that's that's way better in my opinion. I know it's there. Is there any other bundle IDs missing? I didn't go the route with Node with a package.swift for apps also. I still have hope that that's on its way. But I think it's at some in some sense kind of unlikely because of how much shit is in the Xcode project file over all these years, all these weird build settings. But they did Swift UI, like they like threw out UI kit. Like it, it could happen. They keep adding more and more stuff to package.swift. Like we went over the release notes earlier. There's a whole bunch of the command plugins. Like it's getting more and more powerful. And just like when the iPhone chips got more and more powerful, it's like they're going to put this in a laptop someday, and then 5 years later they did. I feel like the same thing might be happening with package.swift, maybe, but they just throw out all the old Xcode build settings, and if you still want those, like you can still use UIKit. Let's clear derived data. So the originator of the project file. Let's open the project. I hope they'll be able to live to see the day. Don't we all? Failed to get bundle ID. Why? Where are you missing a bundle ID? I've put it everywhere. Why is it not here? Okay, well, let's just put it in there. I don't know why it's able to see it. Like bundle identifier. Oh, I can't edit this. Okay, well, now it succeeded. I put it directly in the info p list. Oh my god. This needs to be tabbed over. Man, YAML. Anything else that needs to be tabbed over? Oh, these are top level. I guess I have this base thing. Let me try taking that off. Like it's not every day you start a new project, and so all the new project stuff always just a little just a little out of sync. There we go. The error went away. Okay. Whew. YAML tabbing errors. I have this ignored. Why is this showing up? Yeah, so in the Discord, we've been talking about timer apps, and I wanted something to try out Xcode 14 Beta 3 with. So being top of mind felt really good. Um, we've already run into a few things. We have our timer grid screen, which shows a bunch of timers in a grid. I was trying to do the new grid thing, but this seems to be like when you have uh, like your data in hand already. Um, like we could put in like a bunch of cells, and like that's what we were doing to like sketch out what the UI would look like. But as soon as we had a list of timer records, it just didn't quite make sense to use grid in this way. Um, we started writing a helper function to group the array into like a number of rows, and then I was going to do a for each inside of a for each, and I'm like, what am I doing? Like, lazy grid is right here. Um, it seems like that's just not quite the intention of grid. Um, but yeah, we're using a little lazy grid for now. Um, still, I'm sure we'll find a use for grid soon. Um, right, so we had just gotten to like uh, tapping on a timer. Well, we should probably have it start, and then we were like, oh, we have a run record to keep track of a timer running as an ID back to the record that started it, and then we were like, oh, we should probably store this in a database. And to bring in a database, I wanted to bring in um, GRDB, my favorite SQLite wrapper. And to do that, didn't want to mess with an Xcode project. I wanted to do it with Xcode Gen. Uh, so let's see. I think I have the syntax in another file, and I am mostly going to link it from another one of my projects. I think it's called project.yaml in this project. Yes, here we go. And I don't know if I need to also bring in GRDB directly, or if GRDB query is going to bring it in on our behalf. So we'll keep an eye on that. And then in the dependencies for the target, it's probably the dependency of the query package. Yeah. I think we can add, it's like this package, and we'll regenerate the project. Oh, cool. I got it right, mostly from memory. Oh, so this doesn't bring in GRDB, actually. That's a little surprising. Um, Okay, so I guess we'll need to bring it um, in order to run migrations, etc. So we'll down here, we'll just say package GB. And then from what tag are we going from? Up to like 5 or 6 now. Wish there was like an easier way to just like what's the latest tag? 525. Yeah, so Swish is it's a tool for running because Swift packages don't really support scripts yet. You can make a Swish directory with its own little package of just the scripts for your like your main project. And right now, I only have one script called project. So Swish introspects the package.swift, get all the runnable executables. Um, like if you just type Swish, it'll say these are the available targets. Um, and then from inside there, we can say all the stuff we want to do. And we can say, like, if you wrote this like as a shell script, it would be like a little bit more, maybe a little bit harder to read. But you can see like I'm running a command and I'm passing in an environment variable to it. What's the environment variable name? Something from secrets, the development team. So I have my enumeration of secrets. This is a new project. There's not really many secrets. Um, but it also just runs a command to get stuff. So I can use my Swift reasoning to apply the shell scripts. What would be a shell script? I have my types, I have my async await, I have the full power of core graphics. I've used this to like do some screenshot stuff back on Haptic Studio. Um, so I've been I've been pretty happy with Swish. Um, it depends on SH, which is the actual thing that runs the stuff. Swish is the runner. SH is the actual interface to the command line. Let's see, so where were we? Right, we first brought in GRDB. Um, do the tests still run? Active scheme does not include the test you're trying to run. Oh, that's a small error in my configuration. I didn't have any tests on Haptic Studio. There was nothing to really test. So when I copied over the Xcode gen from that, there is no scheme in our test plan. It contains every test you're trying to run. What? I have a formatting error here. Form bundle target. The this does have an info p list. Is a test in here. I might have to sneak on. Let's see, where's the tests in here? Platform dependencies. The other thing I really like about Xcode Gen is it's I don't know, I find this like much easier to read than 1,000 little menus inside of Xcode. Um, Me personally, I'm sure everyone has their own preferences. So if I build, we need to build it first to load everything. Okay. Really need to make my own seed project so that I don't run into these tiny little errors over and over again. I can solve it once. Um, if I'm going to make a lot of apps, I need I need something like that. Let's generate. Do that already. There we go. Now it's testing. Not passing. Okay, perfect. I thought I was ignoring this. Um, I guess it's not highlighted, so I guess that's good. Let's see. Bundle and Xcode again. And I guess the last thing to do would be to test the UI tests. Okay. Yeah, I remember having. Please stop. Okay. So it's not a problem with Xcode. It's a problem with permissions at another time. Okay, so now we have our testing set up. We can start modeling things. Maybe we'll make a database folder. And then what do I like to do? I like to make a because I guess in GRDB there's database queues and database pools. Database pools is for having multiple connections to the SQLite file at the same time. And for a Swift UI app, I prefer that. Let's see. I think I might steal from another previous app. Let's open it with Nova so that Xcode doesn't get too excited. All this. Can I just open in this way? Yeah. This one has a database setup that I really liked. App database, associations, and yeah, this stuff. Fixtures, my migrations, setup of the pool. I guess app database ended up not being I think I ended up using all that much um, back on this project. And maybe if this has like, I guess we need, if this has like a migration function on it also. Real official birdie says, I see that vegan shampoo ad one more time while hoping on your stream. Welcome back, by the way. Pooping, you know what I meant. Ads, man. Somehow ads make the world go round. It's not what I would have voted for, but here we are, I guess. Popping? What makes it? What makes it vegan? This shampoo. So one thing I heard that we can do in iOS 16 is we can say uh, girl dot documents directory. Instead of saying all this file manager stuff. And I'm very excited about that. So I guess this is a few different files. And what else did I do on that project that I really liked? Yeah, I had fixtures and I added stuff to the fixtures. Then I had, where's the environment values? Yeah, this stuff was really nice for Swift UI. So we need RDB as well. Oh, so I had a singleton. Um, do I want a singleton again in this app? I feel like the environment values kind of act as the singleton. So I wonder if we can get away with not. Can you subscribe to changes in GRDB? Yes. Um, yeah, yeah, that's what's so cool. I mean, we're about to get there in a moment, but I can show you in uh, back in this app, let's see, where was the screen? We had, yeah, I guess the all event screen. I guess we could search by at query. Yeah, you create these things called queries. And so this one is just getting, loading a journal. This app had journals. And we can look at what journal query is. Ah, it made it too big. Ah, come back. And then whenever something changes about the journal in the database, it reloads the view and passes it down into the content. This was a journal loading view. It was a little bit of a helper view for anything that was sort of needed a journal. It would be like nil, like present or not present. And then I can show you what the journal query looked like. Oh yeah, I did a little bit of refactoring. I pulled out an optional query because I kept rewriting stuff. And this is something I might want to bring over too, since it was so helpful. Um, Wait, did I refactor all of them? I'm not sure if I can show you like a pure query without my little refactoring. Uh, yeah, it's just a protocol you conform to, and I refactored it so I only have to implement the fetch method. But usually you would say queryable is the query. Um, you get a publisher, and so my refactoring is I have a way to just provide the fetch method. Um, Based on if it's basically optional, like one item, or a list, like many items. It just became so repetitive writing all this stuff over and over again. Um, yeah, I just write fetch, and then in my tests, uh, tests, query tests, because just fetch is refactored out. I can write a test for just that query without all the subscriber stuff, without the publisher. Just did I write this fetch correctly? Actually, I wonder if I should contribute that back to GRDB query um, as a little helper method. Um, right, so back here to this timer app that we've been talking about in the Discord. Um, what should we do for a singleton? Because it seems that database environment values. It seems that the environment values kind of act as a singleton for us. I think I copy pasted that twice. Yes. Select this. And then we can also set up the fixture version. and this is a database queue. Both database queue and database pool both conform to database writer, um, which is what the migration thing takes. And for SwiftUI previews, I don't need the whole database pool set up. I just set up the one queue. And I guess this should, migration should move to a separate file, huh? So the fixture queue is going to create a database queue in memory. And I'm going to cheat. I'm going to look at what I did on this app for how to do that. Uh, database init fixture queue. Oh, it just happens in queue automatically. I mean, in memory automatically. And we're going to migrate it and return the queue. And then what's nice about this is that the in SwiftUI, if we're in a preview or not, we get our fixtures, or if we're not in a preview, we get the real deal. I've pool. I'm not sure if these need like verbs in front of them or not. Needs grdb. These both throw. They do. I guess for now, let's swallow the errors, or actually explode on errors. So then let's do some migrations. Let's see, writer dot. I'm gonna cheat again. How did I do the migrations here? I made a migrator and I registered the migrations. Then at the end, I bet I say migrator.migrate. And my curlies are all messed up. Go. I guess this could have a similar interface. It doesn't really need the writer here. Cool. So onward. Timer has an ID, a name, a visual. I guess it has a visual type. And it has a duration. Let's see. Should this be? Does these durations are these new this new types based on clocks? I wonder if these should be texts. Because these could get possibly pretty large because they are integers. Um, does that mean it goes over max int? I guess int64 pretty big. I guess that's going to be something to look out for. I don't know off the top of my head if we're going to hit max int or not with this. Integer type with binary representation. Int uint 32, converting between numeric types. Well, let's leave it as numeric for now, and if we run into problems, we'll know that that's where they are. What else did we have on a timer record? Oh, that's it for now. And then we had a timer run. For when a timer gets started. Presumably, they'll do it multiple times. ID. Then we had the start time. And we had the original duration, I think it was called. Intended duration. Ideal duration. This is a little long. But it's, I guess it's supposed to differentiate it from like an actual duration. And do I want to do that? Sure. So then I guess we can insert pictures when we're in preview mode. And I guess we have some fixtures kind of already. We have some in our grid screen. We have these right here. And I guess we should have maybe a fixtures file just to keep track of the fixtures separately. Thing like this. Expected pattern. Oh, it's my comma. All can throw, but not marked with try. Sure. So I think this is fixtures dot timer dot chicken dot. Oh, these need to conform to database record types. This is a persistable record. Conform to encodable. Um, oh, is duration not codable? Oh, okay. So do I want to extend this to make this codable? So I can easily save it in the database. Oh, it's already codable. Okay. So then what's not codable? I know UUID is codable. Fetchable record, and I think there's one more kind of record that we can conform to. Where are my types? Oh, a table record. See if that helps. Not conform to encodable record. But everything's codable. This is codable. Let's see if I take off. Oh man, there's gonna be so many compilation errors if I do that. Okay, let's make a struct test. Does this compile? Global let what? Add initializer. That's clean. These are oh, it needs an open curly. Oh my goodness. Oh, so this does not conform to fetchable record. Okay. That's fascinating. Um, I thought that would work because in I guess I have my coding keys right there. Um, Maybe that's what it needs. No, still don't like that. Codable, identifiable. Oh, it needs codable. Yeah, I guess it's getting close to my end time. That's why I'm making silly mistakes. There we go. How build succeeded. But making that smaller helper really helped identify where the problem was. Now we can save. What else? There was pizza, I think, and dumplings. So now we can go to our grid screen, and instead of getting these from what's it called, as hard-coded stuff here, we can instead say at query maybe we'll call it wait, is this gonna, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna. Sometimes these autocompletes really get me going. I think I'm going to make a query on timer record to get all timer records is my plan. Did you ever work with Redis in Swift? Yeah, I did. I actually have some merged open source pull requests for Redis with Swift. What's it called? Vapor. Yeah, this is what I've used a whole bunch. It's built on top of Redis Stack, and uh, maybe author. Yeah, so here's one directly to Redis Stack, and then for Vapor Redis. Yeah, it's support for multiple Redis instances and a little bit of a small helper. um, how have you been with Redis and Swift, and what server framework are you using? construct. We'll call it the all query. We'll conform to queryable. Actually, in GRDB query, yes, we know it does not conform. And I'm going to yoink the, well, I can show how it would implement and then yoink it over. I mean, it's just so much typing. I'm currently trying to implement something in Vapor. All the new Redis JSON features are missing. uh, yeah, all my JSON in Redis, I decode manually using JSON decoder and JSON encoder. Oh, cool. Yeah, I wonder if Redis Stack has any intentions of working on that. Search for JSON. I don't really get anything. I don't know if the search is working or not working because there's a whole bunch of random stuff in here. This needs RDB, RDB query, and combine. And let's do list query as well. Cool. So then we can say this is a list query. Ooh, I really don't like this autocomplete sometimes. This is going to return a list of timer records. And this will be pretty straightforward. Timer record dot fetch all on the database. So exact matches. Maybe just needs to recompile record dot all query. Yeah, that's this right here. Where is that screen? Oh, it needed in. Okay. Maybe calling it app database writer is a bit wordy. What if I just called it app database? So in the main app, we have no timers. If we go to the preview, preview, we should see all those fixtures uh, loaded up. Nice. So these are all coming from a in-memory SQLite database uh, that has run our migrations and inserted our fixture data, and you can see it's in a preview. I think that's freaking sick. I think that is a great way to make fixture data in apps. Um, because then when we run the app, um, we don't have our fixture data, which is kind of what we want when we want to see our fixture data in previews. And again, this is how you do it. You check the environment variable Xcode running for preview one, and you know you're in a preview. And we only check that if we're in debug mode. So this doesn't even ship, no way for this to ship accidentally to the App Store. Otherwise, we just default to the live pool. And we could probably shorten this to be like live and fixture, maybe. Where does the M variable come from? Um, you had to go deep into the Googles. It comes from you specified in your scheme? No, I did not. It's somewhere from Steve Jobs' Ghost, I guess. I'm not exactly sure who found this directly from Apple. Maybe someone found it in the source code for this or something. Um, this is just pointing to the news page. It's not really pointing to even a news item on this news page. So, uh, yeah, Steve Jobs, if you're out there, thanks for this environment variable, I guess. And I am gonna make this adjustment here. I don't really care what the type of it is, um, as far as putting it in the name. So I'm gonna leave it off. So we got a bunch done there. We have pictures. We have we decided not to use a singleton. We're using the environment values. And since I'm hoping that this is going to be targeting iOS 16, this can be a very pure SwiftUI app, so there'll be no reason for other code need to hit the database. So I guess we'll see. We can always extract a singleton out later. Environment values for app database operations. That is getting where I usually end. Usually end at 6 o'clock on weekdays. Yeah, so we had a fun stream. We went through all the release notes for Beta 3, and we started playing with a new app idea that we've been kicking around the Discord in order to test out iOS 16 stuff. iOS 16 only. We tested out Grid. That Grid does not quite work for our use case because we're going to be showing a list of stuff from the database. Let our preview go. And I guess because this is targeting iOS 16 only, there's maybe a less chance of people yoinking this and putting it on the App Store themselves. So I'm kind of curious if folks want to follow along with the code for this. Maybe I'll make it subscriber only or something like that. I think that could be fun. It was nice to take a break from the other stuff we've been working on. Whew. Yes, I will be back tomorrow. Here's my schedule. Starting at 2 o'clock on weekdays. Doing live SwiftUI programming, exploration, all the getting stuck, all the exciting moments, all the figuring stuff out, everything live. Not editing out the parts where I'm embarrassed. They're there for you to see. And thank you so much for the support you've been giving to that energy. Thank you for the follows, the likes, the views, the lurks. Everything's been blown away. Thank you so much. I really can't believe it some days that we've reached this many followers and subscribers, and hoping to continue to build that. Yeah, so I'll see you tomorrow. There's my Twitter for stream updates. My YouTube has the uploaded videos, GitHub and App Store links. Yeah, thank you so much.